All right, welcome everybody to tonight's live stream. The balding head is showing again. Uh, we are starting our winter series Flexi LMP GTP DTM here at Lanes Raceway on our World's Track from 2023. So we're going to have three classes here today. This is a live track scenario. So if you've noticed, there is no more strikes up on the screen. Chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch if you want to come in and comment and ask some questions about the series. The rules are posted on our website, lanesraceway.com, or you can also check out the rules on Flexi Challenge Series, Alan Ingram's Facebook page, and check it out there. Glenn, are you ready? All right, Glenn, get ready. Glenn's going to be first up to qualify. All racers qualify. They are going to be track marshaling their track. Basically, all I'm going to be doing here while this is going on, if he wrecks in a red zone, which is underneath the bridge, over top of the bridge, you can see the little red stripes. And on the front stretch, if they wreck there, then I'm going to kill the track for them so they can get their car put back on. Other than that, everything else is live tracked, and we're going to have a nice smooth. We did a preliminary race of this last week, and it went really, really smooth, so we was pleased with that. Now we're in the winter series here. Got a couple more series we got planned on starting up here at Lanes Raceway for the 1RC series and a drag racing series coming up here at Lanes Raceway. So we're excited for both of those things. Of course, you guys can tell that the live stream's been revamped here and kind of simplified a little bit, and that helps with the dropped frames and things like that. Glenn Burton right now, best lap of 5.918. And he has 7 more seconds to complete a lap here. We'll see if he can get that done. And this is the DTM portion of our Flexi Challenge series here. And right now we see Glenn there at the top until we see another racer set up. 40 seconds in between is what they got to swap their cars here. No, you can run whatever gear you want. Next up is James McCutcheon. James, are you ready? We're going to skip you. So now James McCutcheon going to try his luck. Just got his car built out yesterday. Him and Sean McCutcheon come in and spend a day with us working on cars. Now the height clearance for this series is 032. A little bit different than what guys are mostly looking at in the Flexi Challenge series, as they've been running a 47 height, 047. But this is an actual flat track, so evidently that's what most people run is the 032. So we have made a change in that. Right now we see James McCutcheon with a 6.484 in his car. Now in this series, you can see the cars lined up there on the front stretch. You might actually be able to see just a little bit better on this stream, but right here on the front stretch, top left corner there, you can see that the cars are lined up there. They got to put their cars right back there when they're finished, upside down. They're not allowed to touch the cars until the end of this race. So right now, James McCutcheon currently in second position there. And up next is Sean McCutcheon, son of James. He's got his car set up there. Sean, are you ready? Here we go. So you can kind of see my mouse up there in the upper left-hand portion on the TrackMate software, just in case uh, his car comes off on the red lane there, or under the red stripe. James right now with a 5.741. Said last night he ran a 4.5, so maybe the car's a little bit Slower right now, possibly. Still 5.6, not bad in the DTM for sure. The GTP class, they were running right at 5 seconds, Guillermo and Randy last year in the preliminary races. So 5.5 is good in the DTM for sure. It'll definitely be a competitive time to say the least. 10 seconds left to go. He's averaging 5.58, so his average is very close to his top time. And then, of course, now Sean there with 5.512 taking over the lead there as he flips his car upside down. So something different about the live stream today that we've tried to do here is instead of having different things to swap to, we've only got 4 things to swap to now, where before we had 16 things, and that was taking up a little bit of the processing power. Nathaniel, you ready? You ready, Nathaniel? Here we go. So now we'll just, like if at the end of the heat, I'll just make the track mate big, and then we'll shrink it back whenever the race is over and stuff like that. And I can just do that all from this screen. And that keeps a little bit of the processing down. Right now we got 0 drop frames. Everything's looking pretty good. So we see a 6.413 right now. Nathaniel Burden. John says, good to see you guys again. John, I tell you, man, it's been a hard about 3 weeks. I got sicker than a dog just about 3 weeks ago. And man, I was down for the count for a solid week. We ended up shutting Lanes Raceway down. Me and the wife both got sick. And I was going to live stream last week, but then I got on a big old coughing fit and decided that I'll just give it another week. I had to make a post this past week, so I'm feeling a lot better this past week. But the sickness definitely hit the McLean County area for sure, to say the very least. A lot of people got sick. So Nathaniel Burton there going to move into that third position with a 6.413, very close to James McCutcheon there. But yeah, it's good to see you too, John. We had a huge snow and we had a lot of things go on since we cut our last live stream. Here we go. Next up is Gunner. Now, April the 12th, we're going to actually be hosting the Flexi Challenge Series, Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge Series here. And whenever they come down here, we're going to have Blake Smith from Let's Talk Racing. He's a reporter for NASCAR, and he does his own radio show here in the local area. And he's excellent behind the mic, a whole lot better than I ever thought about being. If you check on our YouTube channel, you can see the Boss 200, I think it was, or 400, a couple months back, and you can kind of hear him a little bit. I had the audio messed up during that week, but I'll tell you what, I've uh, been on his radio show before last year whenever our guys were running for points and stuff in our Four Crowns last year, and he's got a gift to say the very least. And we're excited to have him come down. Roger Schmidt from Mid America is going to sponsor some giveaways and stuff for the guys that run Mid America everything. And if somebody brings home a victory, a special prize for them, we're going to give $100 track bucks for them if they can win with a Mid America product car. So that's going to be pretty cool alongside some of those Mid America giveaways that Roger's going to get for us. So we're thankful for Mid America. They're one of our biggest guys for sure that help us out slot car racing. They always got good stock. So next up will be Guillermo Sire. Says Lori Hall says happy birthday. Thank you, Lori. Lori comes down here with Tim Hall, and they race RC and stuff, and she definitely lightens the place up. Her and my wife, good friends. They swap candy back and forth. Guillermo Sires going to be up next for his qualifying time. You ready, Guillermo? Here we go. Our Four Crowns just ended, so the guys got their T-shirts and stuff. I've been doing that in between the time and stuff. Got their shirts made with all of their names on their back. It's like they're like little jerseys. They're really cool. A little something different we did this year. Instead of showing where they placed in the Four Crowns, as I mean that's great if you place up front, but if you're one of the guys that placed towards the back, that's kind of downtrodden. So what we ended up doing is just placing the winner of the series of the Four Crown in each one of its spots. So the winter, summer, spring, and fall Lords of Lanes Raceway, their names are under there, and then of course the King. And you guys are going to know more about that come next Sunday, because next Sunday is the banquet for the Four Crowns. Subway, of course, here in Livermore is going to cater uh, the banquet, and then also we're going to have cash giveaways, prizes, and stuff like that for the racers. And then they'll also get their shirts. They'll be able to show those off. And I haven't decided if I'm going to give it to them before the banquet so you can see it on the live stream or after. But nonetheless, they're going to get their shirts. One way or another, you'll get to see them. They're really, really nice. We thank Spreadshirt for that. They're always coming in on time with the shirts. And they always have a lot of good deals on Spreadshirt. And we like to use those guys. So next up is Randy Kirtley, 39 seconds. Dad, you ready? All right, guys, here we go. So some other exciting news coming for the Flexi Challenge that's going to be raced on this track. We're going to be getting some more tables built, and these tables are going to serve two purposes. So I think we're going to end up using Jason Howard possibly to build these tables, and they're going to be bleachers. But the other half of the table is also going to be a spot where people can work on their slot cars. So we'll have bleachers and all right, lost sound yet again. You guys know how this headset is, uh, but there'll be bleachers for people to come in and sit. We're going to be contacting the newspapers whether or not they show up and stuff, and want to talk about the Flexi Challenge series coming here in Kentucky and other things. That'll be up to them, but we're definitely going to contact them. Hopefully they'll show up. We'll have a big event that day. Door prizes. I think we'll do a 50-50 split and things like that. So Randy Kirtley there finishing there 6.337 with his. Right now, Guillermo Sire out in the lead with a 5.235. So Guillermo's got his humming this week. Last week he had his humming too. Him and Jay Latham both opting to get new controllers. They both are rocking the new Carlsteins. Jay, you ready? Here we go. Richard Austin says, happy birthday. Richard, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Jay Latham, of course, a big force to be reckoned with in the Four Crowns, now entering back into his second winter series here at Lanes Raceway. As he's got him a winter body, it looks like there. Might be a challenge to the Frost King himself, Randy Kirtley. Who knows before this is said and done. I will tell you this, he just put this car together when he got here about 2 hours ago. So, uh, and it's looking pretty good so far with the time 6.842. Bryson Neal Racing, happy birthday. Thank you, Bryson Neal Racing. I've been getting a lot of birthday wishes. My wife gave me a birthday card here earlier with all the people here in Lanes Raceway with their signatures and stuff on it, and that touched my heart pretty good. And I'm thankful for that. And Jay Latham's got a 6.848, so that's going to put him. Let's go down just a hair here, and he's the last one, 6.842. So he's going to be right there behind James McCutcheon. Man, I thought that car was a little bit faster than that. All right, so the way this is going to work, folks, you guys don't know yet how this works, but So we got 10 racers or 8 racers. So 4 of them are going to be in the B main and 4 of them are going to be in the A. So Guillermo, Sean, Gunner, and Glenn are going to be the A main. Randy, Nathaniel, James, and Jay in the B main. It's going to be a total lap collaboration. So even if you are in the B main, you can technically still win the race. You just have to be able to turn the most laps. And then, of course, the track marshals will be uh, the A main for the guys first. So Guillermo, Sean, Gunner, and Glenn will be our track marshals for the first race. And then our second race will, of course, be Randy, Nathaniel, James, and Jay for track marshaling. So I got to go real quick over here and set this up for the race, and I'll be right back over here with you guys. All right, guys, first race is going to be Randy, Nathaniel, James, and Jay. Remember that order because I'm going to ask you where you want to be slotted in on the track. Yes. Okay, so Dad'll get a pick first, Nathaniel second, James third, Jay fourth. In the second race, it's going to be Guillermo, Sean, Gunner, Glenn. Okay? Yeah. So y'all just remember that order for y'all's class. So Gunner will get to choose third, Sean second, Guillermo first, and then Glenn fourth. Huh? No, it was Jay. Oh, it's 2120. There we go. Yeah, I did. So who was our bottom four? Do y'all remember? Black. Okay. All right. And who was second qualifier? Nathaniel. Where you want to go, Nathaniel? Orange. All right. James, where you want to go? White. Jay, where do you want to go? Yellow. Is that what you said? Okay. Yeah. All right. And there's going to be a direct exchange. So guys, y'all know you got to work on your cars on the track. It and don't take them from the track. Don't mess with them and stuff. That's what y'all's caddies are for. When you get done after the race, y'all are going to just do a direct swap. Thank you, Jason. I know. Yeah. I'll be glad when all that's said and done. Ah, yeah, I've talked to him. Has he talked to him? No. All right. Everybody that's going to be in the A main, make sure you pick a spot to track marshal. Make sure y'all got your stickers too. So right now, Guillermo and Sean are outside. Gunner's in here, and then who is our last one? One, two, three. Glenn. There's Glenn. I don't think Guillermo's smoking, but it looks like it. No, just take it on the table. When the race is done, y'all are gonna put y'all cars upside down like that, and then they're gonna take their cars and put them on the track. Yeah, at the end of the race. Jason, how's it going? Are you excited for the 1RC series?
We'll see. Got some tire work to do before I get too excited for that.
I just don't understand tire wise why people have not yet like took like sandpaper like real life, because they sand tires in real
How do
life.
you know that?
You don't know that?
How do you not know that?
Oh, I don't, but I mean, nobody's ever mentioned it.
You talking about letting them run them slick?
Well, just like sand them up and kind of like put some texture in them,
No, you're a ton far behind with that one.
You guys ready? Thank you. Thank you, Sean.
The sanding's already been done.
All right, guys, here we go. So we're going to be in a 2-minute heat here, and it's all live track. It's well, we ain't done a live track since you've been racing.
Oh, Lord, up on the hill?
Yeah, we've been 3 strikes you're out since up there.
So you're going to do a live race now? No strikes, no out, no whatever?
Nope, see how Glenn's putting him on? That's how it's going to go for 2 minutes. And we got two A main and a B main now. So we're technically running 2 races, but there's never a stop in the track unless I stop it.
So what
No,
do you do? With this track being an equal number run line, you just going to add the two races up, or will they all go back into eight?
so when they're finished, there's numbers on the track from 1 to 100, I think it is, and where their car ends, like let's say they got 400 laps, then it'd be 400 laps with where they ended on the track. Let's say it's 56, so it'd be 400 slash 56, and then that way if somebody else gets 400, then we can go back to that number, and whoever has the higher advancing number is of course in the lead. That way you don't have to keep track of times and tee times and stuff like that. You can see right there where Gunner is on that
Yeah.
one portion of the track. You see the little black numbers going on the inside there, and that's how that works. So,
What is this supposed to do? Just kind of keep it cleaner, so
well,
to speak? Or
so April the 12th, they're actually going to come and run the Flexi Challenge series here, and I just thought it'd be kind of cool that these guys could, get their cars and run that and practice it up because this is their home track,
right.
you know, uh, and and get excited about doing more competitive style racing, like touring racing,
Is that how they do in the touring races, tracks they love?
Yeah. So they're actually going to come. There's going to be a young lady that's going to actually kill the track when they fall in the red zones. So you can see the red zone right there on the front stretch. It goes from about where Dad is to right here at this pole, and then under the bridge and on top of the bridge. Those are the red zones that I got to kill the track at. But see, she's going to be doing that when she comes down with Alan and them, and she'll kill the track if that happens. If not, then it's just a wide open track. And the only reason it gets killed in the red is because there's no track marshal there to do it.
And that, so say 75 show up, you do 75 heats or 75 races.
Well, if 75 people show up, you just divide it by 8, and that's how many heats we would do.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
But you
but
go run your 8 lines, then you're off till.
yeah, yeah. Once you do your 8, whether you're in the F main, let's say, once you do yours, then you're done. Test. Yeah, that was weird. So right now, Jay's in the lead, 18 laps, 17 laps for Randy, Nathaniel 15, and James 13. So in the next heat, whenever the A main guys come on and they start running, uh, they'll have somewhere similar to those laps. But at the very end, whoever has the most laps, whether they're in the F main or the A main, is the winner.
Gotcha.
But
But it all boils down. You get to run your 8 lanes and hope you're better than another.
yeah, it's kind of like our RC, like when we do it. You know how like some of the guys who are just getting started, let's say like Jones and Jeff and guys like that are still trying to learn their lines and stuff. You know how they all fall into their own little main and they compete. Like it actually makes them compete with each other. And then like you are racing with Tim and Chris and Gabe and stuff like that and Garrett, and you guys are like a little bit better than those guys, but you still have to compete to get that win. It's the same thing on this. Uh, so I mean, is it likely that a person from the B main is going to win it? Not really, because the guys in the A main are turning such faster times. What's that? Uh, as long as it's on the track and he's okay with it. Not you can't put it on your you can't put it in you can do it on the track. Yeah, yeah. So John says I always look forward to having out of towners come in to the challenge. Seating the semi pro guys uh, Sending the semi pro guys home with their tails between their legs was great. Mostly nice guys. Yeah, I see, John. So you kind of understand where I'm coming from. Like, it would be so embarrassing if we didn't get a guy in the A main here at Lanes Raceway. So I really, really want these guys to practice up so we can at least get one of these guys in the A main. That's all I'm wanting. If we can get them in A main, we can say, hey, you know what? Lanes Raceway, they're not a bunch of scrubs at the very least. But as you guys know, Randy Kirtley, Gabriel Kirtley, Guillermo Sire, all these guys here are decent racers, and they've been going and hitting up these Flexi Challenge series around the U.S. with the other guys too. So you know, uh, and we're trying to spread that, right? We want those guys to go out and do those races and hit these other tracks, and bring that attention back to slot car racing like it used to be when we were kids. Because the best thing that we can do is to get kids excited about this. We get kids excited about it. Man, I want to run in a pro race in slot car racing. And there's a few kids, believe it or not. We had a kid here last night. He wants to know everything about slot car racing. So, I said, hey, I'll teach you everything you need to know. I ain't gonna charge you a dime. You just come on down here. We want these kids to develop into good racers so that we can maybe have these tours that we want to see. I've talked to Roger, like I said last week, Roger Smith. They're having a flexi race in Bloomington. I think they said it's like a 10-car race or something. So that's exciting too. I'm glad to see different tracks starting up more and more serious racing because that's tracks. They say track. That's a red flag. John says, nothing sucks more than losing to guys you only see a few times a year. Yeah, I mean, I am worried about that, John. I seriously am worried about that. But I mean, you're racing against some of the best guys in the world. That Merriam guy that these guys have been racing against, he's one of the top racers that there is. And John says entry level is so important for the hobby to grow. It is. And if you could get kids excited about being race car drivers, you guys know how that is. Like getting kids into it and encouraging them to be better. And when they fail, don't get down on them, but just encourage them and say, hey, you know what? You did this right. Yeah, you may have messed up here, but now we can learn from that, and then and try something different the following week. That's the part that makes great builders. It's also the part that makes great racers. Jay Latham out in the lead right now, 36 laps, 34 laps, Randy Kirtley, 31 Nathaniel, 25 James McCutcheon. And we can see these guys working on their cars. Now, these guys are all using uh, the track buddies, I guess. I don't know what we've never really came up with a name, but they're the Guillermo Sire track buddies, track caddies, I guess. And they're all using those. Now, Guillermo, he's got him a 3D printer, and he's an engineer by trade. And I'll tell you what, he knows slot car stuff. He used to build slot car controllers, the JG controllers. He was a part of that action. Um, I my brother and my dad, they went to a few places. They said, well, Kelly Tires and stuff. That's where we was at racing there at Alpine. That's where Kelly is. And then they just got back from Chattanooga, I believe it was. And he says, Race Pace. He's like, that's Cleveland, right? Tennessee. And I was like, all this stuff, we see this and so professional looking. When we buy this stuff on a regular basis to sell here at the shop and seeing it, you know, it's cool to see that these guys are just kind of like us, you know. And Guillermo's our guy, you know. He's always 3D printing something and making something to make the track better. I wish I had a million Guillermo's. He's really been a blessing to Lanes Raceway. Jay Latham right now there with the best lap, 6.16. Well, I take that back. 6.014 is Randy Kirtley. So Randy Kirtley is making some moves there on the orange lane. He was super quick last week. Randy Kirtley in the A main there in the preliminary. I don't know what's changed from this week from last week, but him and Guillermo were battling it out. Didn't live stream it. Voice was still rough, and I hadn't redone the whole live stream process and stuff by that time. So I didn't want to do a half tail live stream. I wanted everything to be right, so we didn't do it. But I'll tell you what, it was a race to behold. I told Brian Bender, you see Brian Bender there in the middle of the track closest to the screen. I told him, I said, it's like watching a Formula One race. These dudes ain't giving each other an inch. And all the way up to the seventh heat, they were within one lap of each other. And Randy Kirtley's car finally came off there. But Guillermo Sire, man, he had the Carlstein controller he just got, and we put glue on the track to run it in. And it has anti-brake on it, so I don't know if you guys have ever seen those controllers that have anti-brake. But the anti-brake that was on that controller, he was running our track glue in with it, and he wasn't even anywhere to be seen. He was over there working on his car while it was just running it in automatic. So, you know, the technology of slot car racing is definitely increasing, and it's making the guys literally like Formula One racers. They're always being able to thread that needle and get those extra bits of times that they need. You know, this is good too that all these guys are practicing track marshaling because, like I said, we haven't done this. Like I was talking to Jason a while ago, we haven't we haven't done a live track since Jason's been racing. That's been right at 3 years ago. So these guys need to get a little bit of practice before the actual Flexi Challenge Series comes here in April the 12th. Randy Kirtley now in the lead, or at least tied up with Jay Latham at 53 total laps. Nathaniel Burton 47 and James McCutcheon 40. So you can kind of see how tight that those top two guys can get, especially when it comes to their lap times. Currently here at Lanes Raceway, we're completely out of 11 tooth pinions from ARP, but we still have a few of the JK 11 tooth pinions. But these guys are just now getting their cars built and trying to get this series rolling. So we still got a few more racers out. Gabriel Kirtley's still trying to get over some of his sickness that he's had. Of course, I mean, I guess you can blame us for giving it to him, but nonetheless, he'll probably be here next week to race with the guys. And he's been, of course, going down and racing with Randy and Glenn. I think Josh Reinerson went with them once. This coming time, Guillermo, Randy, Gabriel, Glenn for sure are going to hit up the next race there at Apex. Of course, Randy and Gabriel and Josh have already raced at Apex this year, so we'll see if they got their gear ratio right to go up there this time. Maybe at least get in that A main. That's what we're hoping. John says that sort of thing doesn't help to keep the cost down, and guys get overwhelmed when they feel they have no chance at winning. Yeah, I mean, you know, guys, they are racing with some of the upper echelon racers, that's for sure. Guys like Randy and Gabriel and some of the other guys, they don't get too phased about losing. It's like I was telling you before, you know, uh, they find a problem, they try to fix it, they try to, you know, increase on that sort of thing, uh, and give it their best effort. I think they were really, really close, if I'm not mistaken, to qualifying the A main in the last race that they went to. That's just racing. You know, you gotta get in, give it your best effort, John. And you know, if something don't work, if a gear ratio don't work, you don't know what the gear ratio is. It's not the responsibility of the guy that knows to tell you, because I mean that's knowledge he knows. You know, he's had experience, and hometown tracks do have advantage over the other racers. But some of the racers, like I said, they're just that good that they can race the track one time and they just know about what gear ratio needs to be on the track. So it's definitely a good series for sure. I'm I'm pleased that it's the first series that we're able to be a part of, and like I said, Alan Ingram and crew all together, really good people to talk to, and friendly sort of people too. So that makes a big difference. Like I said, we're going to get the tables and stuff set up, bleachers for people to actually watch this race. We're going to try to get a couple more cameras, a couple more headsets and stuff going so that we can get, different kind of views and stuff like that down by the track and talk to some of the racers. I want to get a booth set up for the racers to set in after the race, maybe uh, talk about what they're wanting to see, kind of scan over that just for a little bit more entertainment. John says, I wish I could be there. John, I wish you could too, man. And if you do get a chance, April the 12th, it's going to be a fun time. Like I said, all the rules is copy paste verbatim of Allen's Flexi Challenge. And this is a kind of a hype series to hype that race, to be honest. To hype what Allen's doing. I really appreciate what Allen's doing. And, me and him are both very passionate about slot car racing and trying to get people excited about it. And this is just another way to keep that hype train rolling until April the 12th here. Randy Kirtley now in the lead, 70 laps. 69, Jay Latham. 61, Nathaniel. James McCutcheon, 55. And I am. I'm super excited. I can't wait because a lot of times I can't go with the guys and see if I can make that bigger. Yeah, I can. Okay. So I can't end up going with the guys to these races because, well, I operate Lanes Raceway on the weekends. So Saturday is one of our busier days, and Sunday, of course, as you can see, is a busier day too for the series. Now the guys always race the Flexi Challenge there on the Saturday, so my guys come back and they're able to race in our series also. But yeah, I would love to go. I'd love to go down there to Apex and race with the guys, wear my Lanes Raceway shirt. And I'm hoping those shirts come in for the guys before they go next week. They should be, but we'll see. We'll wait and see. Uh, and I might let those guys wear their shirts a little bit early. They love getting their shirts after every one of the series we have here. And if you're at a slot car track and you're running one or something, think about your guys like that. They appreciate that kind of stuff. Yeah, it takes a little bit of effort to build up a shirt or design one out or get somebody to design one. But Fiverr's there for a reason. Check out Fiverr. Have somebody to design you one if you lack the skills of designing, or you can just be like me and throw some stuff together till you think it looks good and have a few people comment on it. Does it look good? Does it not? And if they say, the majority of them say it looks good, then boom, you got a design. Uh, but that kind of stuff, having the banquets, showing them that you appreciate them, and then of course, keeping track of their top times and seeing how they develop as racers. People can definitely see that these guys are advancing in both knowledge and skill when it is behind the trigger here for slot car racing since we first started even racing on this track. And we talked to Alan, his series predominantly running the 047 height rule on the Flexi chassis. But on this specific race, and it's only here at Lanes Raceway, April the 12th, they're going to run 032 height. So, the guys experimenting with that. The latest video there for Cleve Tech, if you guys follow Cleve Tech, one of the most informative Flexi chassis class builders, especially when it comes to ISRA type building stuff. The guy goes in super detail there. If you're looking to try to build you out a Flexi chassis, I couldn't lead you to a better guy that breaks it down. Good camera angles, got a nice, clear, understandable vocabulary and voice. And a lot of our guys follow him. Well, he just released a video, I think it was 3 days ago, for the new Mid America hardened Gemini chassis. And I got one of those in here. Of course, it sold out uh, whenever we ordered it. But they're super, super hard. The heat treated ones are super hard. And the one thing that was bad about the Gemini chassis before The John says yapping. I mean, uh, the one thing that let's see what to say. I lost train of thought there. That those chassis are super hard. So he released a video, and evidently they broke some ears and stuff on that chassis. So I would say if you do get one of the new hardened chassis, the best thing to do would be to heat right there where the little teeth go on the flexi portion of the chassis there on the side pans, is heat those pretty good and hot before you try to bend them. Because if you try to just cold bend them, they end up snapping there. Yeah, John, I wish you could be here too, just hanging out with the guys and yapping, as you say. We do a lot of that, as you can tell. 89 Lamps, Randy Kirtley, Jay Latham, 87, 78, Nathaniel, James McCutcheon, 70. Who's that, John, that showed up being an a-hole and uh, being overconfident and smug? John says, my comment wasn't showing up. It's so light. Uh, can you see it now, John, on the live stream? Oh, Ron Hirschman and his crew. Yeah, Ron, he's been around it a lot. Uh, he's been one of the predominant names that most people talk about, and I mean I understand that. There's not a person on this earth that is 100% liked or 100% disliked and stuff like that. Yeah, so I can see that. I don't personally know Ron Hirschman. I've seen some of Ron Hirschman's videos. I think it's slot talk and stuff like that. But I do believe that Cleve Tech and stuff like that. Cleve, he does do a little bit better of a breakdown when it comes to building cars. It's very light. I type too much, he says. Okay, let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger here. Oops, I'll shrink that up. We'll make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Maybe that'll make it a little bit bigger. Also, you can try changing the resolution. You can go up to 1080p. That's about all my internet can do. I yapped in the guy's ear next to me and pissed him off, and he kept coming off. Hey, that's just racing, John. Yeah, if you can get in the head of somebody, that's the easiest way to win, right? Now, there are some things that I think that racers shouldn't do. As you can see, our racers here, we got a blue line right there by James McCutcheon. They're not allowed to cross that path because if you block a man's sight, that's the only thing that a person can deftly percept his car. Because there's so many cars with the sound going on constantly, it's hard sometimes to even hear your car because of the other cars. So you have to be able to have good vision and see your car. So we put that line up there. But yeah, man, if you can get in somebody's head and you can yap in that ear and you can make them come off, and they're phased by it, hey, that just shows that their constitution isn't where it needs to be at a pro level. So yeah, by all means, if that's the easiest way to get a victory is if you can get in somebody's head, you'll hear our guys here all the time talking trash to each other. But that's part of the fun too. You guys know that. Oops, we grabbed the whole screen there. Right now, Randy Kirtley in the lead by a few laps there, 107. Jay Latham there, 104. 95 for Nathaniel Burden. James McCutcheon, 83. John says it was worth it. Yeah, I'm sure it was. I mean, anytime you can knock a guy down a peg or two, especially someone that's looked up, highly in the racing community that you're in. I know my brother when he was racing the UMP modified, he was always talking to or racing next to some of the guys that were considered the best in the UMP. But man, that didn't change one thing when they were out there and the green flag was rolling. And they would bump each other, they'd wreck each other. There was always a fight. That's why I hardly ever went to those races. And the guy was like, "Hey, come to the race with us tonight." But I would sit there and I'd think, I was like, "Man, I really don't want to get beat up tonight." Uh, and he was always coming back home and he was like, "Yeah, we about got in a fight tonight." But I mean, that's racing, especially big car racing. We was talking about it last night. Actually, it was funny. Worm was here and Glenn, and we were talking about old days and racing. I said, one thing that's cool about slot car racing is that the mentality of people is that this is still just a hobby. These are little cars. We're just here to have fun. But if we were doing this same thing, like doing the payouts, the t-shirts, and the live streams and stuff with real big car racing, it's a completely different thing. Like pride gets involved, and like it is fighting every weekend. And some people thrive on that kind of stuff, but me, I just, it's always been too intense for me. Demetrius Craig says, "Happy birthday!" Thank you, Craig. Craig, one of the new drag racers here at Lanes Raceway. He's got him a nice Fox body he's been racing down here. John said, "I told Ron I was naming my motors faster ones since he went by fast ones." I don't know what he mumbled. Yeah, I mean that kind of stuff would definitely get to you, right? Like so if I name me a motor, Lanes Raceways Motors, and somebody's like, "Hey, I'm gonna start naming my motors uh, Lanes Raceways Motors." Yeah, I mean you would take that as a jaunt, right? But that's all funny. But yeah, I mean those are good techniques, John. Those are good techniques to get into the racers' heads for sure. Right now we're already in round robin 7 of 8. Like I said, you can see how smooth the race is going with track marshals. Uh, and really, we've just now grown to a point here at Lanes Raceway to where we could actually run a race like this without having to use the track call buttons and stuff like that. It makes for some smoother races. People can keep their rhythms and stuff. John says, "I admit to love to instigate. It's funny." Yeah, it's roll on the floor funny for sure. Yeah, when I was racing in the basement, my cousin Drew, he was always racing with me, and we kind of had like a little bit of a rivalry. And of course, he would always say he was better than me because he was going and running up in Darmstadt with Guillermo and my brother and stuff. But I never would let him, uh, live it down. I always thought I was better than him, let's say. And I would make it a attempt. I'd say, "Hey, dude, you better give me some room coming in this corner. I'm gonna wipe you out." And I'd always get in his head. And he may stay in the lead by 3 or 4 laps up to about midway, and I'd start saying stuff like that, and I was able to get into his head. Now, of course, he would say that that wasn't the case, but it happened more times than not. I've been trying to get him to come down here and race with us uh, since we've been opened up there at the top, but he did race a lot with us down in the basement. I think there's a video on my channel that you can check out from the old days back in the basement when we was bumping our heads and stuff. I don't know. It's funny just thinking about the old days, and it was a simpler time when racing was just about that. Guys meeting up and racing. Now it's a little more serious, but serious in a good way. Like I think we're doing things that are good for the community of slot car racing. Randy Kirtley there, 126. 122 for Jay Latham, Nathaniel 112, and 97 for James McCutcheon. So when this race is finally over with here, this BRB main, I'm going to total up every one of the guys' laps, and like I said, we're going to find those black numbers on the track. So I actually need to let the guys know that. Hey guys, just remember after this heat, leave your car because I need to get that secondary number that's on the track so that we know exactly where you finished in case somebody else ends up on the same lap as you. We'll revert to that number that's on the track. So once this is over, this last heat here, I'll go get a pencil and a piece of paper and we'll jot that down.
I don't think I have to worry about that.
You just never know. I mean, a lot of times people, end up on the same lap. It's just a funny
Oh,
thing.
I know.
Right?
Just go by sections.
Yep. And I like that about this track that it already has the section numbers. There ain't no having to guess what section it is or anything like that, or
Yeah.
don't have to revert back and check a tee time or anything like that. It's just there it is.
Yeah, I've got to get that head in and start driving with one controller instead of
Yeah.
starting to switch back and forth.
Well, I'll have that head in for you Wednesday as long as ERI has one when we order.
Maybe I can get over there Saturday.
Okay. Yeah, well, Saturday's a good day to come. A lot of people do test and tune on Saturdays. It's just our only open day that we do whatever you want in this place. All the other days that we're open, we do have some sort of series or uh, predominantly one class or another, whether it be RC, drag racing, or circle racing. But Saturday's an open day, and we do some special type racing. And like I said, we have another day where we race RC. And the cool thing is, in our RC class coming up for the winter series starting Tuesday, uh, you don't have to come in on Tuesday. You don't have to cut, but you'll have to come in on Saturday, right? So if you can't make Tuesday and you can make Saturday, then you still get your credit for the week. But it's going to go to the first credit of the first one race that you do. So if you finish last place and on Tuesday, you can't come back Saturday and try to finish better that week because you're only going to get the first one. That's it. John says, I miss the days of 25 drivers per class, lots of late nights. Yes, that's the old school 90s days kind of ways that I remember it whenever I was younger. And I love those days. People just in here chit chatting. There was more people watching the race than there was actually in the race back then. It was an event to see. It was something to behold. These guys pushing the limits to these fast cars and things. I'd love to see it get back to that too. And like I said, I think Alan Ingram and some of these other guys trying to push these series and stuff like that. I know Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge series is more down south related. There was a rider on the track, but they were trying to push these series, and we need more guys trying to push series and stuff like that. I know we have the national races and we have the world's races and stuff like that, but I think more is better, especially if you can get a good following of good competitive racers in all those classes. Try to breach maybe a north and south type race would be cool, or a tri-state race like they did back in the 90s in this area. Randy Kirtley 143, 139 Jay Latham, Nathaniel Burton 127, 112 James McCutcheon. Y'all still got one heat, or was that it? Was that it? That is it. John says it was a big deal when Trinity came out with the Midnight motors. Yeah, I still got some of those Trinity motors too. The brush heads and everything were different back then. It was really a builder's kind of series. Guys, that's the end of this series. Glenn's take. You can see him in the bottom right screen there. He's taking up where people finished. I've got to restart this now and get the guys in for the A main, and you'll see me doing it down here below the track there, about where Brian and Randy is there in the black and white shirt. So let me get these guys' names in. I'll be back over here in the booth, and we'll get the next A main race going for the DTM series. Glenn, did you get them? Thank you, Glenn. You don't have to. Just lay them on the thing. Yeah, when you're.
I thought once the race was over, they'd take them to the box.
Can you do that? All right, take them. They've already been teched, and y'all ain't touched them other than on the track. Yeah, y'all ain't doing nothing to them. Okay, so let's clear all these guys out. And now it's going to be Glenn and who? Sean.
You can't have White.
All right,
That's legal lane, Guillermo.
who qualified first? Guillermo. Guillermo, where you want to go? White. Uh, who was second?
Sean.
Orange. Uh,
Gunner.
Gunner. Glenn. Black. All right, guys. There's our four. We need to get it going, but we're gonna have track marshals. Yeah, you got maybe a minute. Okay, thank you, Glenn. All right. So this one's Glenn's. He's gonna be on black, and then Sean Gunner's yellow. Oh, that's is that Gunner's?
Yeah, I thought he said orange. Gunner, I thought you said orange. I said yellow.
Sean orange. Well, Sean picked orange. He might have said orange. I don't know which one's Sean's. Guillermo, is this yours? So that'll be Sean's will be orange. Yeah. James, you can get your car too whenever you're ready. Okay. So, guys, they're going to be a small little intermission here while the track marshals and stuff get their stuff rolling. And we already got the cars seated here. Guys, make sure y'all got stickers on your car. Livermore Subway still sponsor for the year here at Lanes Raceway. And K7 Investments used to be Fairview IT. We're now sponsoring K7 Investments. We see Brian and Gunner down there working with each other. But John, how's it been going the past 3 weeks? What have you been up to, man? So right now the track marshals are trying to figure out where they're going to stand. All right, guys, we good? The track marshals are supposed to say Donovan track, and then I'll hit it.
I did holler track, track. 2 or 3 times. When y'all wrecked over here.
Going to work. I was on vacation last week. That's awesome, John. You guys ready? Here we go. So, John, do you work third shift or second shift? I guess this would be second shift, wouldn't it? Ooh, a little bit of a love touch there from the orange and yellow car there. Had to call track error. We had a rider. We good? Transmission shop. So you work on transmissions there, John? I got one right now. I got a C7 transmission for a 71 Mustang. I think it's in decent shape, but no, I always have issues trying to get them to connect up with the motor. Good, guys? Here we go. I've been working on that 71 Mustang since I've been 16 years old. It's like, you want to talk about failing a lot and continuing. I've failed so many times on that car. I just never give up on it. John says, I dug out all my slot cars from years ago, putting everything on the power supply and planning on a comeback. Yeah, here we go, John. 71 Mach 1 Mustang. I had a 17 Mustang, but we sold it to Open Lanes Raceway. I have a 71 Boss 7 or 351. Before, holy smokes, John! So you know how beautiful those cars are. I hate that people always call them the ugly Mustang. Y'all ready? Because they never really was the ugly Mustang. In my opinion, I think they were the best big body Mustang they ever made. All the way up till 2017, I don't think there was a better looking Mustang. 2017 era GT, they just had the curves to it. I thought they were beautiful cars. They remind me a lot of a 71 Mustang. Actually, I think that's probably why we ended up getting one. But yeah, I've just had horrible luck, whether it be working on the paint, the clear coat. Had so many issues with that. The interior, buying the Chinese interior because you just can't get good white interior. Believe it or not, mine was white interior. John, you a diehard Ford guy? Me too, man. I always love hearing Chevrolet guys go, "Oh man, the 350 is the best thing on earth. Put that in a Ford and all this." I was like, "Well, you know who made that 350, don't you?" And it was like, "Yeah, Chevy." I was like, "No, all they did was change the firing order, but it was a 427 high rise." And Ford created the 350. Now I will give Chevy this: they created the 351 Cleveland essentially, and Ford kind of robbed that from them, which, in my opinion, was one of the best motors that Ford made. My last shirt track car has a third body on it. Sweet mercy. Sean McCutcheon in the lead, 20 laps, 19 for Guillermo, Glenn 16, and Gunner 16. Somebody's tapping on something over there. Oh, T-Bird. You know what's funny, John? I don't know if you ever had one of these T-Birds, but growing up, whenever I was in high school, I had a Thunderbird Super Coupe passed down from my brother. So my brother had it whenever I think he turned 17. His first car was a Thunderbird, like I think a 94 model Thunderbird, and then he started driving a 97, 96 or 97 Super Coupe that my parents had bought, and they were driving it, and then mom ended up getting a Lincoln. And anyways, he drove that, man. We were doing some crazy stuff in that car. It was like 360 horsepower six cylinder because it was turbocharged. But nonetheless, uh, he had that, and then he blew it up. Me and my dad We replaced a head gasket and a radiator in it, and then I took it over. And then I drove it for like 2 weeks, and I pedaled to the metal as hard as I could go in Mexico. And anyways, when I lifted, it blew right in front of my mom and dad's house. I get a lot of notifications from slot car tracks. It looks like it's coming back. I think so too, John. I mean, there's been a big resurgence and stuff. That was our main goal in live streaming and stuff, was just to get it out there to the public. And our live stream has grown quite well to be natural growth. A lot of people say, well, anywhere from 50 to 200 views, that's not that good. Well, in my point of view, coming from a small town that's got less than 5,000 people, if 200 people are listening to you, that's pretty good. So, you got to start somewhere, and if you're passionate about it, things grow. And I think other people see it, right? Because, like I was saying, Gabriel and Dad, they showed up. I think it was at Alpine. They was like, we know exactly who you guys are. So people watch live streams on slot car racing. I know I watch them. I watch live streams on slot cars. Uh, I watch a lot of live streams when it comes to RC track racing. Believe it or not, even 164th Hot Wheels like drag racing. It's hilarious. Uh, and there's another one. I think it's called Bot Channel or something. 3D Bot Maker, I believe is what it is. And they race little 164 scale cars on tracks, and they do some great commentating. You can tell it's all staged and everything, but man, it's beautiful the way they lay it out. They got all these camera angles, and these cars do all kinds of surprising things. But and it's the same way in slot car racing. I love it. I love the guys building the stuff, as I know you do too, John. John says it seems like every 25 years of non-existence, it comes back around. The first time it died was 1965. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much right after it was getting started, too. So, go back over here real quick. Sorry about that. The World Track timed out on us. There we go. So, let's check out the. So Sean there, 39 laps, 38 for Guillermo, Gunner 33, and Glenn 33. So, pretty close race so far. That's it, 3D Bot Maker. So, you watch that too, John? Yeah, I love that, man. I could sit back for hours and watch them race those cars. And there's people that send cars in, and they're like, "This car's from such and such garage," and all this. I got that. This cracks me up. Uh, I told the guys something I'd like to do here is get a good sized treadmill and do like the full length NASCAR races, like 40 or so cars. You hold all 40 cars on the treadmill, let the treadmill build up speed, and then you let loose of them all at once, and they'll start drafting and trying to move around each other. And then basically the car that's the last one standing, or you know, you set a timer. If one of them hiccups, backs up, that's the winner. And I when we went to a vacation, I seen on a door that they were racing those in the Virgin Islands. I thought that was cool. Tim Hall says happy birthday. Thank you, Tim. John says I spend slot of the time on slot car channels. I do spend a lot of time on slot car channels myself. I said one of my favorite slot car channels is uh, Cleave Tech. I love watching build videos because see, I've kind of transitioned in the past 3 years. Did a lot of racing before 3 years ago, before we opened up Lanes Raceway. Once I opened it up, I realized that hey, there's a lot of people just now getting into this. There's a lot of people that are just wanting to learn how to even work on these cars. They don't even know what a .5 JK long tool is. Uh, and once they get it, I want to try to teach them those kind of things. So, learning stuff from like Cleave Tech, once they get to a certain area, I'm like, hey, have you tried balancing your tires? Hey, have you tried braking in your motors? And then that gives them something else to strive for. Richie Austin says, which class are they racing? They are racing DTM. This is the A main for the DTM. So after this, I'll get the paperwork from Glenn, and we'll see who wins. Because whether you're in the B main or the A main, you can still win the whole race. It's all dictative of how many laps you turn. Now, of course, our A main racers here are turning the faster lap times, so therefore they are at somewhat of a greater advantage. John says, "Is it your birthday?" Yeah, it is my birthday, John. I'm 39 years old, believe it or not. Feels like yesterday I was a kid racing these down in Owensboro. Did you say track? I guess not. But yeah, I remember racing Slot City. It was cool. I seen Greg 2 weeks ago, actually. He came up in here, Greg McClintock, and he used to run Slot City there in Owensboro, Kentucky. And it was really good to see him. Him and Dad, they hung out a lot. Back in the day, they was going to the bigger races and stuff. Of course, then Greg got a sponsorship to race professionally with RC cars. And I think he's going to come down here and hang out with us a little bit too. Found out his daddy Dale moved back to Illinois, and Dale was a big inspiration of how we run things here at Lanes Raceway, track bucks and celebrating the racers. He used to give out trophies and stuff and track bucks, and he was always doing a different kind of fun race. We've kind of translated that over here recently into some drag racing, fun races and stuff. Last night we had a pro tree drag race, no prep. It was pretty cool. Richie Austin says, probably my favorite class. Yeah, DTM is definitely fun. So I found out from the rules on the Flexi Challenge Series, Richie, that the out of sight DTM bodies are illegal. We had like 3 guys in here with them because they're more lower profile, the Mercedes DTM bodies. So now they all had to swap back. That's most of them are running the Ralph Thorne bodies, and some of them are running the Mid America version DTM bodies. I'm sold out. I bought like a couple $1,000s worth of painted bodies and stuff this week, and they bought them all. So we got to get some more next week. Hopefully they stay in stock. Let's just put it that way, because I know that the Flexi Challenge Series is a pretty popular series. We see Sean McCutcheon there, 57 laps, 56 for Guillermo, 51 Gunner, and 48 Glenn. So pretty exciting little live track action here between these guys. And we are currently running DTM. After that, we'll be running GTP, then LMP. Got a little bit late start here today. Rich also says, correct, the Mercedes is awesome. Yeah, I mean, and I didn't see it till literally 4 days ago. I was just reviewing over all the rules just so that, it's in my mind and I know what's going on before April the 12th. And I seen that. It said OS DTM bodies illegal or any low profile bodies. And I was like, ah. Because I thought we could pull a sly one there, like get a little advantage. Richie also says the RTR, BMW, NSX both work very well. Yeah, the NSX and the BMW is mostly what you're seeing out there right now, and you can get them in the 5,000 thickness and stuff, readily available. And and the guys like that. I think Dad, he likes the NSX. It's a better looking body in my opinion. I like how the lights are really thin on it. But looks aside, I think the popular body is the BMW. I think the BMW is the one that most guys like to run. John says, I'm looking at a Scale Auto Racing magazine from 1994. The classified section has so many tracks across the country and international as well. I'm telling you, it was the golden days. It was the golden days. I love the 90s, man. I loved growing up in it. And I've had a conversation with my wife several times, like if you could pick any time to grow up in, which would you have picked? And I said, I mean, what I did. I loved the late '80s, early '90s. Like it was just a great time in America to grow up. It was the American dream. Like you think about how many movies they make nowadays about the '80s and '90s, man. It's because they even know it was the best time to grow up. Richie Austin, yes, the NSX is the best looking body. Oh yeah, they're super sweet. I took out a silver marker, and I mean, I made one look extravagant. Took out a silver marker for Randy. It's been about a year or so ago when I first seen the body, and the silver marker I used is one of the Ink Tech, I think is what it's called, from Dollar Tree. And man, it is the best silver marker on planet Earth. At the break here, when they get done with this heat, I'll go get the silver markers to show you guys. If you're looking to do any kind of silver marker work on bodies, this is the marker to have, guys. John says 80s hair bands and slot cars. Yeah, see, my mom had some very curly hair. even more curlier than my hair. Of course, my hair is very short and I'm going bald right now. But my mom, man, she had a huge puff, and of course the hair bands. I'm a huge fan of Guns N' Roses and Metallica. I like them both. Been listening to them since I've been a youngster. Night Train, probably my favorite song from Guns N' Roses, and Metallica. I mean, I like their older stuff. I like Ride the Lightning. I really do. I like the LP kind of stuff that just goes on and on and on. I really like that kind of stuff. Guys, it takes a minute for it to go through the system. I hear you. And we got a red flag rotation. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you can see where the guys currently are. So Sean McCutcheon 78, 77, Guillermo Gunner 68, and Glenn 66. I'm going to grab this silver marker real quick. I'll be right back and show you this marker. You guys got to get one of these.
Have you got any springs up there for triggers?
Yeah. Let's see here, Jay. I got them. I know for sure. I've seen them. The Parma Springs for triggers. Spring? No, they were over here last I checked. There's just so much stuff stacked on top of so much stuff over here. It's hard to see anything. I got them though, Jay. I got a whole bag of them. Oh, here it is, Jay. You want one of these? There you go. I don't know. Race about to start in 5 seconds. It looks like here. All right. Let's see. I'm back. All right. Let me zoom in on this. INC is what it's called. Let me just go to this screen real quick. So this is the marker I'm talking about. See if I can get it to focus. It says INC up there. It's hard. The camera's not wanting to focus onto it. But it looks like this. It says INC. Little silver marker. Got a little tip like that. As you can see, let me just mark my finger here. You can see just how good it marks. It marks exceptionally well for a silver marker. So yeah, next time you're at Dollar Tree, check it out. They're $1, you know. They last forever. I've had that one for about 2 years, so. And they're really good for like if you're doing model bodies and stuff like that, and you want to go around the window seals and stuff like that, and give it that good aluminum look. Yeah, they're at the Dollar Tree. They make them in silver, and then they make them at like a purplish silver color. But the silver ones are the ones you want. I wish they made one in black. If they made one in black, they'd make a killing. But yeah, the silver ones, they're exceptional. When it comes to silver markers, I used to use Sharpies, but that thing right there smokes them so bad. It's unreal how good they are. My dad actually turned me on to them. Here's another cool thing. Like if you like using gel tape on your chassis and stuff, Dollar Tree has it for $1. Like you ought to go up into the Dollar Tree and just see like what kind of stuff they got for slot car racing. Double-sided tape, $1. Like all that stuff. It's nuts. Guillermo, 98 laps, tied up Sean McCutcheon. Gunnar Vinder there, 87.78 for Glenn Burden. John says, I have my grandson into HO now, so I'm going to teach him how to airbrush. Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing to teach him. Like when I was young, my dad taught me how to airbrush. He bought me 2 airbrush kits, lost one of them, and the other one was an exceptional airbrush kit. And I kept it clean and everything else, but they had a spring internally into these little tips that you just had to clean the tips. You didn't have to ever really clean the airbrush gun itself. And but the problem is when you ran cleaner through it, the little spring that was in it, it's almost like an RC shock spring. It would rust, and if you didn't get it all out, blow it all out. And even so, if you blew it out, the compression from blowing it out sometimes put moisture in it and it would rust. But man, I'll tell you what, it was a really, really good airbrush kit. I can't even remember the name of it now, but it was like brown was the color of the airbrush. It was pretty expensive, but I did a lot of airbrushing when I was younger. Need to get back into it. I still know how, because I don't know, it's been a couple months ago. I used an airbrush somewhere. I can't even remember where it was at, but I still know how to do it. The only issue is I don't have the money to afford one currently. But when I can, I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna start airbrushing some bodies and stuff, and make some cool stuff for the guys. But yeah, how old is your grandson, John? 14 seconds left to go. We'll be back racing already. Round robin 6 of 8. Like I said, coming up next will be the LMP. Same format. We'll go through a qualifier again, and then we'll hit up the next 2 races, and then it'll be the GTP, and that'll round us up for the night. Just turned 10. Yeah, he's at the perfect age, man. The brain's right there to where that, he's picking up a lot of things, wants to learn how to get very mechanical, use his hands. I remember when I was 10, that's about whenever I started learning to airbrush. Take things apart, learn how to put them back together. Just don't stop until you get it. Yet again, another little timeout action for the headset there. But we're back up and running. Ooh, car off in the middle of the fence. So coming in there into turn 2, we've seen them popping off there. John says, I was into slot cars and guns at his age, so I'm getting him interested in those things too. Yeah, I really didn't get into guns until I was about 21, believe it or not. My wife got me a gun when we got married, so yeah, it was cool. I love shooting. I shot a lot of guns out. I lived out in the country and go out back, shoot cans, got some targets. Little zombie targets and stuff were pretty popular back then. Shot a lot of them. Then I got really crazy with it. I still have my shooter type guns. Like I got a 69-20. That's a trusting wife. Hey, I'll tell you what, John, man, I really am blessed to have a wife that I got that doesn't mind helping run a slot car track. She knows the pay's horrible, and she still sticks by my side, so I'm thankful for that. And she's a very selfless woman for sure. And I hope that came across right. It sounds like I'm slurring my words. People call me on it all the time. Been reloading since the early 80s. Well, I got my reloader out of Lee, that magazine Lee, I think it is. And I got a red one. I think it is a Lee, is actually the loader I got. Yeah, it is a rarity these days to have a good woman for sure, John. So I am very thankful. She works very hard here. Mondays we go, like I said, restock everything, and we get back here as quick as we can, clean the pinball tables as many as we can before we get wore out, and then we're back here on Wednesday sweeping and mopping every single week, man. There's literally not a day that we're in here, but you know, if you respect the place and you want other people to respect it also. Lost a little frames there, 2160 frames to be exact. A little bit of a hiccup action there on the Lee. Yes, that's what I got. Layman, that's the better version. That's the green one, and my brother's got one of them. Yeah, they're exceptionally good loaders. Uh, when I was getting into it, they were just coming out with the automatic loaders, and everybody's like, "You'll kill yourself with those. Don't get the automatic loaders." I was like, "Well, I mean, as long as you're weighing out the powder and you're not going too crazy with it, just letting it just auto run everything, you should be all right." But a regular loader's fine. I mean, if you're going to sit there and do it, you don't really need an automatic one anyway. I had the tumbler and everything. I go out there every time I'd shoot. I'd collect the brass. I'd tumble all my brass, get it shiny. And it's right around the Obama era, I guess. And ammo was extremely expensive if you could even find it. But there was always, stuff to find that you could reload. Blast caps, or well, they're not called blast caps. What are they called? Uh, Primers. They had the two or three different size primers, and you had to make sure you got the right one, make sure you got the right uh, gunpowder and stuff to go. And I always just loaded heavy metal jackets because all I was doing was target shooting anyway. I just wanted to get really, really good at shooting guns. And I'll put it this way: so the sun would rise in the east and then set there in the west. And right about 7 o'clock in the middle of summer, you start getting dusky outside. And I could sit out there in my backyard and shoot. And I'm not lying about this. I could literally see the bullet, and I could just aim just by watching the bullet come out of the gun because it would reflect just enough sunlight off the bullet you could see it. And don't get wrong, man, that thing's humming. It's going. It's like a super super fast paintball. Uh, but yeah, it's like I'm gonna hit it this time. They're like, oh no, you're not. And I'm like, boom, ding, boom, ding, boom, ding, because I could just see it. I didn't even have to use the sights. It's nuts. But it was only about 7 o'clock in the middle of summer that I could do that. But it was pretty cool. Guillermo, 137, 136, Sean McCutcheon, 122, Gunner, and 113, Glenn Burden. And it was only with 45s too, by the way. So, I mean, I would say the density of the bullet being heavier and stuff like that too. Probably around about 700 feet per second or something. I don't really know exactly the speed, but nonetheless, you shoot enough, you just, in a weird way, it's not that you get complacent. It's just like you're used to the kick, you're used to all that kind of stuff, and then that's when you can really do some really good target shooting once you get kind of comfortable shooting. Till you get to that point, if you're nervous of the gunfire sound, if you're over gripping it or whatever it may be, you know, you're never going to be really good at shooting guns. You got to get somewhat comfortable with shooting them. When you do, it's like it's easy. First time I went deer hunting was 3 years ago. Had a friend of mine, uh, John. Good talking to you, man. I'll continue this story for whoever else is on here though. But first time I went deer hunting was 3 years ago. Never ever been. I mean, I've been around my friends my whole life that's done it their whole life. And I always wanted to do it because I wanted to stock my freezer full of meat. You know, I don't care about the antlers and all that or the game hunt or itself. I don't even care if it was a doe. You know, but I went out there and I think because of how much I shot back in the day, it did definitely tremendously help me when it come to shooting a deer. Like I already knew how to sight stuff in, and I mean, the first deer I shot, it folded up like a sack of potatoes, man. It didn't even take a step. It just literally its legs folded out from underneath it. It laid down and it was done. And that was with a 5.56. So you know, people saying that you got to have all these big calipers to take down a deer and all that stuff. You don't have to, man. You can take them out with a 22 if you hit them right. They're just like big, huge field mice. Really, that's what they remind me of. Just like big versions of field mice. Except I think deers taste better. So this is round robin 8 of 8. We'll get those times put in here. Guillermo and Sean are really, really close to one another. I don't know what's going on. Oh, Nathaniel's got a car off there. I just heard track, so I clicked the button. So we see Nathaniel and them. We ready? 39 seconds left to go in the heat. Good. How you doing? 10 seconds left to go here. It looks like Guillermo Sire is going to take this one home, but we're going to make sure that there's no ties from the B main. All right, guys. Let me get this up here on the big screen. It's if there's a tiebreaker. So if somebody's on the same lap, then we revert to the higher number.
If I was in, me and Gunner was on the same lap, he would win
Yeah,
because he's that far in front of me.
it's 59 for you, Glenn. Any ties, Glenn? All right, so
Guillermo, Sean, and Randy.
all right. Guillermo's going to bring home another first place. I guess, well, last week was preliminary, but he did win it last week. This week he's going to win it again. He's going to take first place. Sean's going to be second place, Sean McCutcheon. Randy Kirtley is going to be third place. And Glenn's writing out the rest of the places here. We'll go down here in just a second once we get them rolled out. All right, Guillermo, first place, get your picture made. Second place, Sean McCutcheon, get your picture made. Randy, third place, get your picture made. Fourth place is going to be Gunnar Vender. Fifth place is going to be Jay Latham. Sixth place, Glenn Burden. Seventh place, Nathaniel Burden. And James McCutcheon, eighth. For total starting from first, Guillermo 154, ending at 77 on the track. 153 for Sean McCutcheon, ending at 74 on the track. 143, ending at 87, third place for Randy Kirtley on the track. Uh, Fourth place, 140.42 Gunner. 4.2 is where he ended on the track. Fifth place, 139.24, fifth place, ending for Jay Latham. Sixth place was 129 laps, ending on 59 on the track. Seventh place, and that was Glenn Burden. Seventh place was Nathaniel, 127 total laps, ending on 10 on the portion of the track. And James McCutcheon there in eighth place, 112 laps, ending on 7 on the lap. So these little numbers here on the side, you don't need to worry about them because there was no ties. And you can just write down first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and their name. You don't need to know the laps. We're not running for the 4 crowns. All right, guys. So let me get it back here on the main screen here because I got to go back over there real quick and get ready for the next qualifier. And I'll be right back with you. You'll see me over here by the blue track. All right, guys. Next up will be LMP. So bring your cars for tech. All right, guys. Let me check these cars. LMPs now. So right now, folks, we're going to check rear clearances for these cars, make sure they're running the motors they're supposed to be doing and all that stuff. Because we're jumping into LMP. Still 11 tooth pinion lock here. All right, guys.
Cars, different bodies.
Same cars, different bodies.
Well,
All right, good. All right, good. So right now, James and Sean, been tech, they're good to go. Nathaniel Burton, good to go. Gunnar Vender, good to go. Guillermo Sire, good to go. Only way it won't be good to go, Guillermo, is if I do that and I hit it and it don't go under. So you're good. Yeah, Enforcer, Raptor Pro, and Speedball. Yeah. The car there looks like it's got black tar heroin on it. I don't know. Oh, it does? Okay. Brian says he didn't say nothing about drug testing them.
Which one's yours again? Run that old Raptor? And that Mazzetti? Is that a Mazzetti?
So we got 6 of 8 right now.
I didn't change that. I just changed bodies. Just plop it on. This one has a little better though.
Well, I should speed up extra.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I put a smaller gear. I don't know if I like it.
You're running the 34.
Yeah, I think it's 34 or 30. No, 34.
I'm liking the 37. It really lets it breathe a lot better.
Opinion, the 10?
9.
9.
Yeah, we have to have it 9.
Yeah. You can have up to an 11
Oh,
on this
yeah.
class. Yep. On this class.
This one, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Both the first and second class are limited to up to an 11.
Oh, I thought it was just 11.
Yeah.
Can go smaller you want?
Yeah. You can go
Oh,
smaller.
I won't.
I thought you could only run 11.
That's what I thought, but they're saying you can run. Huh?
11 tooth pinion. That's what I thought I read on there.
Sean said he read that you can go lower.
Yep. I will show you. Go down to Flexi Challenge Series classes. LMP, 11 tooth pinion, 64 pitch maximum.
That is say maximum.
Yeah. DTM, 11 tooth pinion, 64 pitch maximum. And the GTP is open. Yeah.
You're not running 11 tooth pinion. You're running
Yeah, I would too.
That's what I have on my
It'll be quicker in the corners, more brakes.
Well, I don't need more brakes.
B main mafia, baby.
B-Main Mafia?
Oh, this new controller, right?
Hey, the pit.
Hey,
Hey, the pit. Hey, get the
we
pit
need
on.
some shirts made. Some to say A-Main Mafia and some to say B-Main Mafia.
The price goes up when you do that.
Those would be some hot sellers, I
I thought
guarantee
the
it.
other one was right. I didn't touch it. The other bike. Somehow or another got bent. Both y'all's cars run screamed last weekend. Gary Moss goes in here with problems with his. He gets problems with yours. What y'all do to him?
Hope it don't rub off on me. I only got one car.
Hey,
My baby. Survive me until at least after April.
good one week, and they're like, oh, can't believe I can run faster.
I got me some ideas on this car. Because with the 1137, it's running 4.8s on the GTP class. I think if I change that gear ratio, it's going to be a screaming demon.
Who am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 7. We got 8 total. I'm missing another one. Not just you.
Don't worry about who it is. I'll be there in a minute.
All right, Jay, you're good.
What kind of gas flag you got, Jay?
Mid-American lady.
Mid-American.
Hey, now.
People like a good Reese.
Hey, them 7-Ups I forgot all about. Them things are good.
Right? They are very thirst quenchy.
It was like I didn't have no bottom trigger at all, so.
Man. All right, Glenn.
I took it off a while ago when it was blowing. I think I got it pretty good.
Put a new spring on.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I think I tried it.
All right, all cars passing tech. Here we go. LMP action. Let me get the cars out here on the track. And then we will start qualifying for the LMP class.
It must be hell coming down here qualified and wipe the ball out.
Oh man, that would be brutal, man. That would be brutal. Let's hope that don't happen. I've got enough stress in my life. I don't need that to happen. For everybody's car to get wiped out on qualifying. All right, first up qualifier going to be Jay Gunner. You'll be on deck. All right, I'm back over here in the booth. Took me a minute there. All right, let's see. Did I miss anything? John said, "Have a great night." Sean Robert McCutcheon. Hi. Hello, Sean. Sean, smiling. Sean actually racing here today. Sean, I seen your text on Facebook, on the live stream. Hello. Hello, Gunner. How you like your new controller? Good. Jay, you ready? We need one track marshal on the left side. Here we go. And here we go. Jay Latham qualifying here. Comes off air. Nathaniel's going to get him put back on. Thank you, Mama. All right, folks. Looks like Sean first, Guillermo second, Randy third, Gunner fourth. That's going to be your A main. Your B main, Nathaniel, Jay, James, and Glenn. So give me 1 second here, folks. I'll be right back with you. Hello, Carolyn McCutcheon. I'll be right back with you guys in just a second. All right, folks. So we're going to start our round robin 1 of 8. Just as soon as we get our track marshals. All right. Looks like we got some spam here. Clear the spam off the chat. All right, track marshal, if y'all want to, excuse me, find y'all a place to track marshal. Need one track marshal over on the left side. Is that Gunner over there? Okay. All right, you guys ready? All right, folks, starting our first round robin heat here. And the B main for the LMP class. Ooh, sweet mercy. Somebody might have lost track of the car there. Gunner there getting 2 cars in a row on the last corner there. Daniel Burden out in the lead, followed by Jay Latham, and Glenn Burden there in third. James McCutcheon in fourth. All right, let's come back over here. We can see Nathaniel Burden out in the lead right now, followed by Jay Latham. Glenn Burden there in third position. James McCutcheon in fourth position. And Gunner jumping up and down. Right now, everybody's going to tech their cars and get all that stuff done. Tanner's still there in the lead on Black Lane. Jay Latham turning impressive 5.853 fastest lap time. What's going on here? Looks like we had a scene drop out here. So it looks like the webcam scene's out. So we can get it back working here. This webcam was, I don't know, it's weird. Once it gets a little bit hot, it kind of just reverts to no signal. .23 seconds left in the heat. Preston beat in there by Jay Latham. He takes the lead there, 5.95. And that's the end of the heat there. Jay Latham in the lead right now, 37 tied with Nathaniel Burden, 34 for Glenn, 26 for James McCutcheon. Test, test. Let's see if this is there. All right, hopefully the sound's fixed. I think maybe my headset died and I didn't know about it. Hang on one second. Let me see. Check the audio here. Test, test. Yep. All right. Looks like we're good. Might be time to get a new headset. This one here is, man, it used to beep when it would shut off. Now for some reason or another it just shuts off randomly. I can't even notice it. It has something to do with the mute button on the side of it. It's like glitching it out. Because sometimes I mute it and I talk to people that sit next to me, and I don't know. It might have went out right whenever my camera went out. So my camera's showing it's on, but it's not showing on the live stream. Nonetheless, we're not losing too many frames here. I think appreciate it, Carolyn. Hope you can hear it now. Right now, Nathaniel Burden out in the lead, 58 laps. Jay Latham, 56. 54 for Glenn Burden and James McCutcheon, 45. Guys, rider don't work for me. It's shut the track or track. And that's another red flag rotation here. Nathaniel Burden still in the lead, 73 laps, 70 for Jay, 69 for Glenn. James McCutcheon, 59 laps. They're going to work on their cars. We'll be right back with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll leave the audio up here. Going to work on a few things on the stream, trying to get them fixed here as we're having a few issues here. And I'll be right back with you as soon as I can. All right, Gunner, you ready? All right, sorry about the microphone going dead there. It's our last race of the evening, the GTP class here at Lanes Raceway. I had to work on a few things on the live stream, and I had to let my voice rest a little bit after the first race. Believe it or not, I almost lost my voice. But you know, I still feel pretty good. I don't feel sick or nothing, but I can tell sometimes when I'm talking, my voice just cuts out. But it's been a long 3 weeks for sure, battling chest congestion and stuff. Nonetheless, Gale Force Raceway, Lanes is live. Hope you're not done for the night. 1937. I don't know what time that exactly is, but uh, no, we still have this race left to go. Gunnar Bender right now qualifying, and our new winter series here is direct one-to-one relation to the Flexi Challenge to get people excited about Alan Ingram's Flexi Challenge class coming up here in April the 12th. And if you guys were ever scared about maybe joining up into some of these faster races and professional or semi-professional type races, hopefully you can watch this and get a somewhat of an understanding of that it's not as scary as it looks, and that you should get out there and try some slot car racing any chance that you get, uh, because this is basically how that race runs. So um, we're going to qualify all of the racers here. Randy, he's up here next. Top four are going to be A main, bottom four will be B main, and while the B main runs, the A main track marshals, while the A main runs, the B main guys marshal. And we run live for 2 minute heats and 2 minutes in between. So, uh, and it runs pretty good. Guys don't used to have any issues. If the cars come off in the red zone, they call track, and I kill the track. You ready? Excuse me. Like I said, guys, still getting over a little bit of chest congestion here. Uh, got a little bit of a break in the previous race there, trying to get some stuff figured out on the live stream. As you guys know, before I'm trying to get the camera working, and it should be working, but I don't know if it is or not. Let me see. See, it works, but then it'll overheat and it'll kick back out down here in the bottom. It's literally a Amazon webcam off the internet, but nonetheless, as long as it's working right now, we'll let it roll. And you can see me here watching these guys race in the Randy turning a 5.130 last week, running about a 5.0. And I think his motor selection is the Ralph Thorne Ralph Thorne Pro motor, Raptor Pro, and that puts him out in front of Gunner by about a tenth of a second right now. Pretty fast times. Him and Guillermo last week were running around 5.0, as you guys can see up there. Those are your top two qualifiers. So we'll see how they stack up, but those are usually pretty close times there when it comes to this class. And coming up next will be James. James needs to get hooked up here.
He's changing bodies. Because he didn't have
So they're changing his body over to a GTP style body. We're just going to pause it for him. This is the last race of the evening. I think everything will be fine. Sorry about my congestion here. Like I said, man, it just came out of nowhere that second race. And oh, this is Jay Latham. Jay Latham's up. I'm sorry, James is on deck. Now, whenever they come to race in April the 12th, of course, they won't be pausing this. It would just go through, and he will either get to qualify or won't. But being said, it's not that serious here right now. We can hold up. Some of the guys are just now getting their cars built and stuff like that too. So it's literally our first week for the winter series. Everybody's like, man, you should be in the spring series by now. Well, you know, being sick a couple weeks in a row puts dampers on things. So it's me and the wife running this place, and that's it. So, or organizing all this stuff. So, just do the best we can. So next up will be James McCutcheon. James McCutcheon's car really smooth sounding. And it's a red flag rotation. Carol Sires up next here, followed by Glenn. Guillermo with a flaming hot Cheeto looking car, very quick. 5:05.6. So Guillermo running right at the times that he was running last week.
That last lap was well because I didn't slow down and pushed it to the end. That makes them fancy. That's why they did the last time. You want that, so you do that. Yeah.
Glenn Burden up next. Glenn with a 5.954.
I'll qualify red. I don't mind.
Next up, Sean McCutcheon. And Sean McCutcheon with a 5.065. It's going to get him second position right there.
Not bad for a 16th inch clearance on the rear end, huh?
Next up will be Nathaniel Burden. Nathaniel with a 5.696. So it'll be Jay, Nathaniel, Glenn, and James in our first race. You got him, Glenn.
Every time he tried to spin it, break. He went through 3 different hands. If you look on his website, he went through setting it all up. Well, no, I like the way it works. The same guy designed this, designed the Avio, and I like this design better. Down to J-Roll.
Jay, where you want to go?
Get it stiff enough that
Where you want to go?
Hello.
Nathaniel, where you want to go?
Really good. Doing good on it.
Glenn, where you want to go? Ask Glenn where he wants to go. Uh, they picked yellow and black. And James, where you want to go?
DTM more. I ran up on him coming up the main straightaway and it stopped in the bank. Well, I hit him and then I hit the wall and it just curled right edge of the chassis.
All right. We get these cars here. Is this yours?
That's Dad's. This one's mine.
Okay. All right, guys, sticker them up. All right. Does everybody got stickers? Okay.
I think it's pinned too high.
What's that?
Mine. Look at it. I think it's pinned too high. It's pinned.
Oh, I thought you said shimmed.
Pinned. Look at it. A little high.
I don't know, man. I think it's all right. You're not dragging like everybody else.
I ain't worried about it anymore.
The last one I pinned it too low, and it was dragging. Remember? So I moved it up on your chassis. All I did. It's equal all the way across. All right, guys, y'all ready? Here we go. All right, this is our B main for the GTP. Right now, Jay Latham out in the early lead, followed by Nathaniel Burden and Glenn Burden. James O'Cutcheon there in towards the back. So we see two cars coming off here. Gunnar Pinder going to get them put back on as quick as he can. Glenn Burden now in the lead, 4 laps. Jeez, over there barking. Ten seconds left to go in the heat. Jay Latham out in a lead here. 17 laps, 16 for Nathaniel, 13 for Glenn, and 12 for James McCutcheon. As we hit our red flag heat over, we'll take a look here at the track mate. Gunnar practicing his basketball moves there. Excuse me. Better get my mouse back over here on the pause button in case somebody comes off the red zone. After the heat is over there, we got Jay Latham out in the lead, 39 laps, 36 for Nathaniel, 29 for Glenn, and 28 for James McCutcheon. I wish I had as much energy as Gunner. Guillermo getting the car put back on pretty quick. Jay Latham currently out in the lead, 40 laps. Nathaniel Burden, 37. Glenn Burden, 30. James McCutcheon, 29. Excuse me. And Jay Latham's going to hang on to the lead after that heat. So we come over here and take a look at the track made here. Jay Latham, 58 laps, 54 for Nathaniel, 47 for Glenn, and 44 for James McCutcheon. Looks like our camera went out again. there's the end of the middle heat there. Jay Latham out in the lead, 77 laps, 72 Nathaniel, 67 Glenn, 61 James McCutcheon. Okay, cool.
Your mama made sure he did it okay.
Did he?
I said, number 31, as it comes. She goes,
He's a
I
good
hope you
kid.
do.
Yeah.
And then they brought you more fresh cookies
Okay.
for your birthday. Because it's your birthday. You want water?
Yeah, give me some.
Flavors or non-flavors?
give me give me one of them 7-Ups that's got a little bit of mango in it or something. Now, guys, I'm going to do my best to. I'll just capture the highlights here from now on. I'll leave the mic on so you guys can hear them race. But I'm gonna try to rest my voice for the rest of the night. I thought I was good to go, but man, I'm losing it right now. T's getting me a tropical 7-Up, tastes like mango and stuff. But anyways, I'll talk to you guys here very shortly. Thank you, Tom, for the birthday wishes. I'm trying. Guys, calm down. I can hear you say it. It sometimes, guys, it slips on my leg. Thank you, Tom, for the birthday wishes, man. I appreciate it. Trying to rest my voice. I'm about to lose my voice again. Nonetheless, I have the headset on, and hopefully you enjoy the race. guys. And that is the end of our B main race for the GTP. Jay Latham in first, 154, 143 for Nathaniel, 139 Glenn, and 113 James. We're going to get these wrote down. I'm going to get the other names put in for the next race, and I'll be right back here with you. You got them, Glenn? All right, who qualified fastest in the A?
I'm going white.
You want White?
Yeah, then which one was Sean? I saw your back. What he said.
It was Sean for sure. Sean, where you want to go? Dad, where you want to go? White and red? Gunner? Oh, all right. All right, folks, this is the last race and our main race here, GTP uh, A main feature here. First time Winter Series Flexi Challenge to get the guys prepared for the actual Flexi Challenge race coming up in April. So all the guys are oiling and gluing their cars or whatever they got to do. And all the guys from the B main now going to be track marshaling for the A main. Like I said, guys, I'm going to take a smaller role in this and just keep the sound going for the race. Going to limit myself commentating wise unless I feel like I need to say something. Like I said, guys, I feel like if I keep talking, I'm going to end up losing my voice again. So I'm going to sip on some 7 Up, and I can see your chats. So if you chat, I will definitely answer you as quick as I can. Uh, but other than that, I'm not going to do any kind of play-by-plays tonight. Looks like Guillermo might be getting it now. I mean, these things they happen, you know. Got a lot of kids that come in here and race and stuff, and uh, you know, I know our school locally has been shut down for sickness, so for a couple weeks even. So right, is everybody ready? So right now waiting on Sean McCutcheon. All right, B main guys, track marshal, please. Everybody ready? Here we go. Here we go. These guys are going to be a little bit faster than we've seen in the B main. And a very good competitive first heat we've seen there. Let's see, Guillermo and Sean battling it out there, both of them 21 laps. Randy and Gunner battling it out, both 20 laps. Very close racing here indeed. dude, when I first started the race earlier today, felt great. Second race, man, I got hit. I couldn't even talk a few times. I was just like,
Somebody must have brought it into us. That's about how I was about, I don't know, I went over to church with her earlier.
Guillermo, he's getting sick, it looks like, too. So, I mean, I just got over all this, man.
We set her outside the church and it was just like all of a sudden hit and I was like, what the heck?
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to clean the place again tomorrow. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I think Dad's going to come in and T, of course, she'll help. But
See if you need help.
I'm going to try to spend the least amount of time here as possible tomorrow. I got to make all the orders and stuff tomorrow, too, and go restock. Oh, I need to go back over here and open that up. I hope if I go to sleep tonight, take an Alka-Seltzer, I'll be alright. They usually help.
I'm gonna take 2,000 milligram of vitamin C and see if it knocks it out. I was like, I'm gonna do it incrementally where it's just not all at once, but you know.
Dude, this is the weirdest sickness I've had. Like 3 weeks in a row, not felt good. But here's the
Everybody,
thing: it's like I'll get to where I feel good, and then it comes back. It's weird, man.
everybody at work, man, they had it at first round or whatever, and they come back like 2 days later, they're like, oh yeah, and also it was like, like 4 days
Uh,
down. It was like, whoa.
I don't know. It's crazy.
Who's all the out of towners, or are there any out of towners
What do you mean?
in this up here?
Uh, Sean and James are. Guillermo is. Brian is. Glenn and Nathaniel, of course, they're from Ireland.
Yeah, but really it's just those two guys, kind of the ones that are not from the store,
From where?
from here, from our store. I've seen him before.
No, they've been members for a few months.
Gotcha.
I can't. They over by Dawson Springs.
Mm,
And then, of course, Guillermo, he's from, I think, Mount Vernon.
yeah.
That's a pretty good chunk for Guillermo. But Guillermo loves him some slot car racing, that's for sure. I'll put it like this. When I get home, I'm going straight to bed. What is it?
I don't know. Gunner might as well go in by his phone.
Hang on a second, folks.
Sleeping down.
I don't see anything.
I don't feel it. No, the only thing I see was somebody's put a big blob of glue on it back there, and I guess that's probably what knocks it all out, right? Yeah, say the glue. Yeah, I see it.
Somebody put glue there? Why would they?
Well,
Hmm.
that might be when you glued it earlier.
I glued it last
Glue in
week.
there. Somebody's put glue on the tires' heads or something.
Yeah.
That's a big blob of black
He ain't
glue.
run no glue.
Well, when I glue it back here on the straight part, so you drag it through the corner. I don't glue it on the corner.
You only worry about around the
Yeah,
corner.
yeah. I don't glue it on the corner.
Yeah, those are.
Well, y'all just have to battle it. Y'all ready? Here we go. So somebody stuck a little bit of glue or something too heavy on their tires when they stuck it down at the beginning of the heat or something. There's glue right on the corner itself, and people are hitting it on the corner and it's pulling them out. So if you ever do glue a track, just remember when you're gluing for the corners, always glue before the corner. Don't glue in the corner because it can upset the car and pull it out. That's why a lot of tracks don't let you even put glue on their tracks because a lot of people try to put glue in the corner. You don't do that. It's always before the corner. folks, that's a red flag rotation. We'll see Sean McCutcheon currently in the lead, 65 laps, 63 there in second, with Guillermo, Randy Kirtley third, 61 laps, and Gunnar Bender 56 there in fourth position. Let you watch these guys work. Be right back with you. 40 or 50 bucks. There's no way that thing is that much electricity, you know.
And we're, gosh, we're what? Probably 6 times bigger than this building here.
They just got so screwed up. Like, dude, when we
What if
get
we're
a bunch
paying
of
somebody
people
else's
in here,
electricity?
that's probably what's happening, dude. I would say they probably got me paying that dude's electricity or subway or something. right, ladies and gentlemen, you stuck around this far. This is our final heat of the evening, the GTP class here at Lanes Raceway. And this is our A main. Right now, Sean McCutcheon in the lead, 154, 153, Guillermo Sire, 147, Randy Kirtley, Gunnar Bender, 139. All right, folks, and that is going to be the end of the race there. Sean McCutcheon is going to bring home the win, 171 laps, 168 Guillermo Sire, 162 Randy Kirtley, 153 Gunnar Bender. Guys, thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. Looks like the camera's working fine on this one. But nonetheless, I thank you guys for tuning in. Sorry, my voice is kind of here and there. Just trying to let it heal a little bit since the past second race. I guess I overdid it the first race. Got too excited about the series starting and everything. But thank you guys for tuning in and hanging out. Come back and see us next week, same time, same place for the Winter Series. Also, next week will be our banquet for the Four Crowns, so it's going to be like a double feature next week for the guys. And Subway's going to be, of course, supplying these sandwiches and food and drink and stuff like that. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. God bless you, and I'll see you next week.